Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good morning, gentlemen of the council. Thank you for allowing me these 2 minutes if it even takes that much. I'm here just for essentially one purpose, and that is to urge the council to please not undertake this public nuisance ordinance. I understand you all have removed it from January consideration, but I ask you please not to touch it in the future. I believe that it's unconstitutional, and I believe that if it were enacted, it would probably be struck down based on the fact that 23 years as a police officer and having had all manner of constitutional law drilled into my brain, I think it's overreach. I don't think it serves a purpose. That's just my humble opinion. If in your all's opinion that it is necessary, can we put it on a ballot and let the voters of the county decide whether or not they want it? I don't see it in any way, shape, or form. And I would just ask you all to please not consider it or push it to a county vote if necessary. And that's about all I have to say about that. Thank you for your time.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Steve Smith. I live in Jaredstown.
Steve Smith?
Yeah, I'm a lifelong resident, easy for me to say, of the county, military veteran, like I said, retired police officer, like that.
Thanks for reminding me. I should have said, and state your name for the record.
So I should have said it at the beginning.
Sorry about that.
That.
I'm kind of new at this here right now. So
That's okay.
Even though I've heard it for the last 12 years, I just still forgot. So sorry about that.
You'll do fine. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other items from the public? If not, a motion to approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes.
Mr. President, motion to approve the agenda for January 19th, 2023.
I second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Purchase order. Thing on the purchase order. Nothing for Tracy. Okay. No internal budget revisions. Change in status. Change in status received from Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director, for the following effective January the 12th, 2023. Anna Hernandez, she is going from Telecommunicator 1 to Telecommunicator 2 with a salary increase from $50,341 to $52,858. Brittany Schroyer, she is going from a call taker to, it's just the way it was hyphenated there, I thought it was her. Yeah. So I thought, how do we get two people's names, she? But anyway, alrighty. Call taker to Telecommunicator 1 with a salary increase from $46,357 to $50,341. Change in status received from the Honorable Tony Petrucci, County Clerk, for Melissa Ballinger. She is going from Software Specialist 1 to Software Specialist 2 with a salary increase from $33,000 to $40,000 effective January 15th, 2023. Letters of resignation received from Central Dispatch for David Bussard effective January the 13th, 2023. Letter of resignation received from the Circuit Clerk's Office from Jennifer Benedict Hoy effective January 3rd, 2023. Letter of resignation received from the Circuit Clerk's Office for Julia Hilton effective January the 13th, 2023. And that is it for the change in status. We have approval of the minutes for January the 5th, Berkeley County meeting. Everyone was present. Council calendars. We are here today on the 19th for what's February here. Let's go back down here to no meetings this evening or tomorrow. On Monday the 23rd, 4 p.m. Historic Landmarks, 4 p.m. Health Board, 4 p.m. EPTA, and 5 p.m. Water District. On Tuesday, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. On Tuesday, Stormwater District, On Wednesday, 1 p.m. CVB and 3 p.m. Senior Services. And on Thursday, 5 p.m. Library Board and 5 p.m. Ambulance Authority.
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes, sir.
just a reminder, you were going to discuss representation to the library board today.
Okay.
So that still needs to be resolved. Maybe you want to do it.
Also, the historic landmarks was actually this past Monday, not this Monday coming.
Oh, it's on Martin Luther?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. And that is the end for that. Board and Commission, bond reduction, Amberfield, Section 7. Was that Station 13 through 29 to Station 35 through 39, grading BCP file number 2101-011, tied to BCP file 2105-0119, and BCP file 2112-464, bond number 790101777, and the engineering department is making that recommendation. Is there any questions for Doug? Very good. All right. Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Although, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. And we have nothing from the assessor's office for correction. Mr. Boyd, I'm sorry, board and meeting reports.
Yes, sir. So I attended my first Historic Landmarks Commission meeting this past Monday. There's a lot to learn on the first day. They have a good bit going on. I guess we've given them a new office over here at the old jail. They have a few things that they're in need of and some concerns. I think they're giving their budget presentation today, and they'll go over some of that. But other than that, it was more of a getting to know people and learning experience for me. And,
I had the same thing with the fire board.
working with them more in the future.
All right.
And then I don't know if I reported last week or not. We didn't have a roundhouse meeting, but some information did come through. Everything's been approved and signed to go to bid for the elevator steps and concrete floors. So that should be going out any day.
Good. Anything else?
I believe that's all I have today.
Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. For some reason, all my meetings seem to be happening the same day. I attended the Metropolitan Planning Organization meeting with Steve Catlett, and I'll let him give the report because he has a couple interesting points that he raised, question, and the rest of the meeting was kind of generic, lots of numbers and stuff like that. I left that meeting at 3:30, which was at the airport, to go to a Telamon meeting, which was at 4 o'clock at the north end of town.
How'd that work out?
I made it.
You made
I
it.
made it with 5 minutes to spare. That's pretty
And
good.
So there's nothing wrong with traffic in Berkeley County?
No.
Okay.
No,
I do have one thing to go back to, though. I had the Main Street meeting that was supposed to attend after the landmarks meeting, but when I went there, they weren't there. They said they were having a Zoom meeting because 3 people were sick, but then they told me I would have to attend next month's meeting because they had to vote me on.
Okay.
So, there was some confusion there. They said that Dan was still on the board and they needed to vote me onto the board before I could attend the meeting, so they didn't give me an invite on the Zoom.
Mr. Delier was not a council person appointee. He was a citizen appointee. We typically do not have a voting member on Main Street,
Just an
just
attendee.
the liaison.
Well, see, they explained to me they don't have liaisons. You have to be a board member.
Well, you can attend as a liaison, you just can't vote. But Dan had been,
Well, that's what I thought, and that's what I said to them, and they said they don't have that. Their board, you have to be a member to attend their board meeting. That's what I was told,
that's not.
and I didn't get the invite from the Zoom. So
Mr.
I-
Delier had been appointed as a citizens appointee only because of his involvement in downtown Martinsburg. the council would have to take action to remove him from the board and appoint HD as a voting member if that's what you want. But he could be, you can attend as a liaison. I mean, I could walk in
I was gonna say,
to a meeting.
it has to be an open meeting.
I was kind of confused myself. I actually called, did I call you, Eddie? Yeah. Yeah, I showed up there, no one was there. I called Robbie. He explained to me that there was some confusion and they had to basically vote me in and that I could be there next month, that they didn't have a county liaison, they only had voting members. So I just took their recommendation and,
Okay,
you know, I didn't have the Zoom link, so I couldn't get on there, so.
sounds good. All right.
And that should be noticed because they do receive funding from the county as well as the city. That should be noticed as a public meeting that anyone can join via.
That's what I would have thought, but like I said, I talked to him on the phone, and then, you know, he didn't say, here's the link, here's, you know, because I said that, I said, as far as I'm concerned, I thought I was just a liaison. I didn't know I was going to be a voting member. And then he got back to me and said, we don't have a county liaison. We only have voting members because we're a private entity board. Or so.
Yeah, I mean, unless the council decides otherwise, Mr. Gallier would be your appointee to Main Street unless you wanted him removed and HD appointed as a voting member, but you could be a liason and attend all the meetings.
Right, and that's what I
The
told him.
council
I
could
was like,
say,
I'm not
to
trying
me,
to pull
would you
anybody off
attend
the
all the
board.
Main Street Martinsburg meetings and report back to us. And, you know,
Right, and that's what I had mentioned, and he was like, no, we don't have liaisons. We only have voting members.
We do have the right to appoint somebody to that board, just one person, is that what it is?
Well, that's Mr. Gallier right now, unless you.
I say, but I mean, we have,
Correct. Yes, sir.
they allow us to appoint someone, that's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
But
And
anybody
that's
should be able to attend from the public,
Of course, yeah.
because I mean, it's open meeting law.
Yeah.
Especially if they're using
Anthony?
county funds.
That's correct. I mean, they could just treat you like a member of the public, essentially. I would assume they would want your input on some things, but if they told you no, you're not talking, they can cut you off.
Right.
If it was executive session, they could tell you
Leave, right.
to leave if they wanted to, but
Yeah.
other than that, if the council wants to have a liaison there, I don't see why they put up any resistance to that.
Yeah.
It's just, you're just there to see what's going on and report back.
And let's
It's kinda what I
use
said.
the library as an example, which I hope you'll discuss. You have 3 appointments to the library, but it's typically not a council person. The council person that has responsibility for the library is there as a liaison, not as a voting member of the board. This is no different.
That's what I tried to explain to him, but he's like, we don't have that. I'm like, okay.
Sure.
So there's a miscommunication, I think, between Robbie and this whole board thing.
You want to come up here? You don't speak from the back. You've been here long enough to know that. Get with the program.
State your name for the record.
My name is Tracy McCormick. So Robbie contacted me regarding this. There's been an issue with the Main Street from the beginning because Robbie and the council is not on the same page. Robbie has the impression that Main Street makes all the decisions. There are no, they are allowing the council to make an appointment, but that appointment does not overtake that board. He said he would like to keep Dan on board if he could, and I said that's totally up to the board, but we need to have someone from the council on that board, whether voting or non-voting, they need to be there. So he said that he had talked to you. He told you that you are not a liaison. They don't have a liaison.
That's what he told me.
And I said to him, right now he would not be a voting member. He would just be on there as Berkeley County Council, a representative of Berkeley County Council. He thinks that there's not supposed to be, that we don't have that, I guess, authority to take Dan off and put you on.
And I told him
So
I
I need
didn't
to
care if
get-
Dan stayed or what Dan did. It didn't affect
Right.
me. You know, I just said, I don't need to be a voting member.
Sure.
There's a liaison. You know, I said that we have it on all the other boards. And
Right.
he was like, no, that's not how we work.
Right.
But we'll have you on by next week or next month. is what
Right,
he
but
said.
I think there's just a miscommunication, because I said to him, the council will need to take Dan off and reappoint him as a board member.
That's not, I don't think that was.
Yeah, that's not what the council wants to do. They should, certainly, you certainly would have the authority to remove Dan, put HD on there if you wanted to. Anybody, any group really, whether you're public body or not, to say, hey, you're the liaison, you're gonna go to these meetings and report back to us. But traditionally, if it's the county, then they keep you in the loop on when changes are to meeting schedules, take your input on, activity that the board's doing. So I can call him later,
Yeah.
just kind of clarify that.
Yeah, he was on his cell phone, he was kind of going in and out on me, and I was trying to.
And I have a pretty good relationship with him, and he
Yeah.
just was like, nah, yeah.
I think this has been from the beginning when Main Street started and Dan wanted to be on that board.
Yeah.
I took it as the council was going to.
And I even told him that, I was
Have
like,
a
if
say
you,
in
if
it,
you
but
guys
give them money.
want Dan on the board, that's fine. I'm just supposed to be a county representative to be there, you know?
So we just need to figure it out.
I would recommend to the county that you just let it where it's at and let
Yeah, I'll call
Anthony
Rob.
clarify that you are the liaison and you are to be noticed of
Of the
of
meetings.
meetings.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Anything else, Mr. Barnhart?
Well, I had the Telemon meeting, and I brought up, they went over, I thought they were grants, because it says program grants. And this is a small, and I said, man, these are pretty healthy grants. I mean, 551,000, 657,000, 466,000, 300,000, 520,000 in grants. And I said, oh, they're not grants, they're performance goals. And I, okay, it says they're grants. And because I asked, are they increasing and decreasing? And she didn't answer it. But yeah, it's a pretty healthy grant system here. 520,000 for the Housing Stability Counseling Program, whatever that is. So, you know, there's no problem with money at Telemon, I tell you that.
Wow.
And that was pretty much, and then they approved the strategic plan and stuff. And that was limited.
That was it?
That was it.
Okay. Tokenar.
Yes, sir. Parks and Rec meeting. They've, you know, as usual, they've got a lot going on there. All their basketball programs have started. I think it was last week they got started. They're also planning to continue the Colony Run like they did last year, doing the 250th plus the duck race, which Main Street will be overseeing the duck race for this year coming. Also, the Spring Mills Park, they put out a bid request for the development of the Spring Mills Park, paving of DuPont, which is the main road going into DuPont soccer fields, getting a quote to get that paved. And also, they're preparing to build the outdoor park that we financed at Poorhouse across the stream. Hotel motel fees are up. Finances are strong. I did have a planning commission meeting. We had 2 public hearings. The main thing for that evening really is that the planning ordinance, the new ordinance, the planning commission voted to send it to the council. So we'll be getting that very, very soon for our discussion and, you know, public hearings and whatnot. And also revisions that we may wish to have put in there. And last night, I don't know if it's really got anything to do with council in particular, but I was invited to participate in the Stubblefield Institute on Infrastructure and Growth, and we had a good public output. There were probably 40 folks that came, and they were all submitted questions to a panel. We had Lynch Chrisman from the Home Builders, Jim Wallett for the Water District, and
Mr. Settle.
Mr. Settle, Mr. Clarence Settle as a concerned citizen. on the panel. So we just had a real good discussion about, our challenges and the goals that are trying to be met. So it was good. I think the best thing about the whole thing was that the public had an opportunity to submit questions throughout the evening. So it was real good.
Good. Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Catley?
I was there, and I think HD was there in support of Betty, and I gave him an A for the evening. He did a good job.
Good.
Representing us on our behalf, and I think it is good. I think it was very good, and they said they're going to have more of those in the future to continue this. And the whole theme was, right, Eddie, was about how do we handle this overwhelming growth. So something obviously that everybody in this community is concerned about. The only board meeting I had was the MPO with Jim, and I didn't fall asleep during the first hour and a half.
Yeah, it was tough.
As painful as it was, but at the end, there was somebody on that board that's representing the Department of Highways. He's the planner for this area. And so I asked some specific questions. One was the bypass from Short Road potentially to Novak Lane. And Matt Mullinex went on to say that it was pretty much killed at this point. No consideration at all. I was disappointed to hear they said one of the justifications was that they didn't think it would alleviate any traffic on exit 12, which shocked me to no end. So then I asked, of course, I live west of Hedgesville on 9 my whole life, and I asked about the 9 bypass, if there's any movement on that, and there is none, zero, of any sort. There's 6 different plans there, and none of them are being pursued. And so after the meeting, I met with Matt one-on-one, and I said, Matt, we're the fastest growing county in the state of West Virginia, and we've got to have some attention from the DOH in our area here. And I would hope that you could find somebody, because the guy passed the buck that was there representing the state pretty much said, I don't have the power to. I said, we need to see somebody with power for the DOH and meet with our council here in Berkeley County, because we have some concerns and we should have input into what's going on. And they're spending money in southern West Virginia, they're spending money all around the state, and we're not getting our fair share. And I think it just shocked me.
We got a lighting
Right.
project so we can see better of all the traffic.
I just don't get it, I don't get it. But anyway, I'll continue to go to those meetings and behave myself, I promise. But hopefully we can get somebody here from the DOH to meet with them and have some serious conversation of where we're going in this future. And as we all know, it takes years to develop, so
You gotta start now.
you got to start someplace. But
Now, the MPO meeting, Matt did say, look, MPO funnels a lot of federal money. Of course, it includes Berkeley, Jefferson, and Washington counties in the area. The tiny piece of Frederick County, Virginia, and a tiny piece of Franklin County, Pennsylvania included too, but mostly Berkeley, Jefferson, and Washington counties. And they funnel a lot of money through MPO. So
the way I understand it, you can't spend federal dollars on highways in this area without the approval of the MPO.
that's right.
So it's a pretty powerful committee, and I would think they would have some clout with the West Virginia DOH to try to get some action in this area. We'll see.
Was it representative, a federal representative or a state representative?
State,
From West Virginia?
yes.
Yeah, West Virginia and Maryland.
And Maryland has their representative on the board as well as
Who
West
was the
Virginia.
guy from the DOH?
I'd have to look on my agenda there, but I'll tell you later. But I don't.
Because those are the
remember.
guys we've been working with the Roundhouse, and I don't know if it's one of them or not. Somebody we could set up a meeting with possibly.
Anything else?
This council has argued for many, many, many years that they didn't feel that we were getting our fair share of the MPO monies and attention. And I'm not sure that's going to change.
It's been that way for the last,
Sounds like there's a-
yeah.
Is there a list of projects that have been supported in Washington County compared to Berkeley County or Jefferson or even
Well,
Franklin?
of course, Washington has 3 interstates. They got 81, 70, and 68. So they would conceivably get more money than we do, because we have 70, they've been replacing bridges on 70 like they're going out of style. So we've been spending a lot of money on I-70. And of course, a fair amount of money on 81 because they're fighting to get 3 lanes each way. And I think the Maryland governor did approve up to Halfway Boulevard. So,
I assume the roundabouts down on exit 5, of course, in Inwood was approved by the MPO.
oh yeah,
And
the
of course,
roundabouts.
right, the roundabouts, I mean, and then, of course, the other ones, the one on Rockcliffe Drive there on Tavern Road in Rockcliffe,
Yeah.
that's through them. But I like the point that Eddie brought up in the discussions last night was, if you can't spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the new roads, let's at least improve our existing roads, okay? And we're not, in our minds, getting that action either, which would cost them a lot less money. So let's improve what we have to make it safer for our residents to drive around this community. And Eddie brought that up several times last night, and he's exactly right on that. So,
Yeah, like a turning lane on Route 11. Yeah.
well, we got a email the other day from the gentleman about the left turn signal down at Beddington Road and 11,
Yep.
Now, hopefully we can go through Burlington to get that done. I know it took the town of Hedgesville probably 2 years to get the left turn signal there in downtown Hedgesville, the big metropolis, but I can tell you it helped tremendously what that did. I mean, getting people to make a left on 901. When I used to get stopped at the new post office, it would take me over 10 minutes to get through the light, and now it takes 3 to 5 minutes, so it's helped immensely.
Well,
So.
how long did it take John Overton to get stoplights at Grade Road and what's the next?
Broad Mills or Broad Lane.
Yeah, Broad Road.
Took a while.
The issue is, particularly when you have transplants from Maryland, they automatically assume that this council has control over at least the secondary roads. And when we explain to them, and Broad Lane's a good example, we used to get calls all the time about the need for a stoplight there and wondering why the council didn't take steps to get the stoplight up. And it's hard for us to explain to them. There's a lady that used to call me every month from Maryland and complain. When I explained it to her, she'd always, at her very end of her conversation was, if I knew this is the way things were done in West Virginia, I would have stayed in Maryland. Well, a couple of times I felt like telling her,
You can always
go
move
back to Maryland, but I didn't. But to her credit, once the light went up, she did call and thank the council for putting the stoplight up. And I let you take credit for it. But they don't understand that, between the federal highway system and the state highway system, this council has no
Dog in the hunt.
responsibility. And I understand it's difficult, but
Does
The
Mr.
people we have
Clohan
in
have
place-
control of some of this?
pardon me.
Mr. Clohan have any control of any of this?
I don't know.
He is the traffic engineer, and like Mr. Callett spoke about the complaint that we received. I forwarded that email to him. His response back was that the traffic studies there does not warrant any additional work on that intersection. So there you are.
I
I have a
forwarded,
meeting with him tomorrow at 10 a.m. about another issue, changing the one-way into the roundhouse. So maybe I can mention some things there.
I forwarded that same complaint to Craig Blair because Craig was the one that was instrumental in finally getting the left turn signal in Hedgesville. And we have the people from this area in Charleston with the power to make sure the DOH does more for Berkeley County. I mean, in this whole Eastern Panhandle. I mean, we've got to start seeing some results.
Just keep knocking on the door until they answer it.
It takes more than a knock sometimes. Okay, anything else? All right. I did have a fire board meeting. It was a new board for me to attend. There's a lot that goes on in each firehouse, Eddie, and I used to keep all that straight. And remember, I give you very good accolades for that. So I'm going to tell you if I'm misspoke, because like you said, when you go from company 30, 50, 60, 20, and you tend to lose a little bit of perspective of who got the new truck. And when it was delivered, there was a few items that need to be fixed on it because when it received it, it was, I think, had a little bit of damage here or there. I can't remember. Like I said, when they were going over everything, I
I know Hedgeville Fire Department themselves has purchased an aerial. It was
Aerial,
used.
okay.
And then they were sending it out to get some refurb work done to
Okay.
it. So I don't know if that was.
that might have been it, because I was, like I said, when I was trying to figure out what all was going on, I wasn't quite sure, but all in all, there was a discussion that Hunter did let the attendees know that we now have all 5 volunteer fire stations seeking assistance for 24/7, and I let them know that the council tried to do the best we could a few years ago, and it was fought against us pretty good, and but we would have to give them the lion's share to make sure that if that's what they want to do, then we'll seek them for guidance. That's about it.
And I have been working with Hunter and the various VFDs to have some kind of workshop to discuss how you want to move forward with
Right.
career firefighters. So we'll get that on your agenda
In the future.
next couple of months.
Sounds good.
Have a breakdown of the overall cost for 24 and then the overall cost for each individual
Yes, sir.
firefighter.
We'll have that broken down all the way down to turnout gear and everything else. Yes, sir. We'll have that for you.
That's all I have. So, next on the agenda is our honorary council person.
Mr. President, could we revisit the liaison to the library?
Oh, yes,
board?
I'm sorry. Yep.
As the library board has asked us several times, and again, it's not a voting member, it's a liaison,
Liaison.
county council's liaison to the library board.
Yep, yes, indeed. Let's, for the appointment of that liaison, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trying to find it. Give me a little bit of direction here.
There was a conflict, I think.
With another meeting.
Yeah, with another
Originally
meeting with councilperson Catlett.
Councilperson Catlett
Yeah.
was the original liaison appointment, and there was a conflict
It's the
with.
same day, the
Same
same
day.
time as the ambulance.
Right.
So
Right.
I stayed on it.
So I don't know if there's any.
What time is that meeting?
5 o'clock Thursday, it should be. Next Thursday.
Right.
Obviously.
Mr. Boyd, is that,
Yeah.
can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's 5 o'clock the last Thursday of every month, is that correct? Fourth Thursday.
Fourth Thursday. Okay. Thank you so much.
Any motion?
No,
No, just a direction on that.
we'll get the letter prepared.
All right. Now we have honorary council person. Oops.
You received an application to look at it, you set up.
Oh, yes, sir, ma'am. Struggling through this
Boy,
one.
it's a lot to keep track of.
Yes, there is. With
Mr. Hamilton.
Hammersley.
yeah, Keith. Oh, I'm very sorry about that.
Have we even started the setting up of the museum board?
No, we have not.
If it's set up this month.
We haven't started any. Well, the interviews are coming. I think we have.
I don't know how many members are.
9-member board.
No.
I think that's what it
No
is.
members yet, yeah.
No members yet
There's
for
no
interviews.
Do you want to say it?
I think so. Let's go ahead and schedule. All right.
Be able to block for the budget, so.
Yeah. Okay. Now, are we ready for our honorary council person? Sure. Okay. We are blessed to have Lachlan again.
Yeah, he come back for
Another round.
comes back again, we're gonna have to allow him to vote.
Yeah.
So,
I do swear and affirm that I will uphold the Constitution. I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia.
of the United States and the Constitution of West Virginia,
That I will work hard to fulfill the responsibilities
and I will work hard to fulfill the responsibilities
of the office of honorary council person,
of the office of honorary council person,
which Jive in the point. Jive in the point. Did you want to tell folks a little bit of something?
Just the only thing?
My name is Campbell. I like math, science, I'm into architecture, and I run cross country, ride across. And I like hanging out with my family and my dog.
So what's your future plans look like? What do you really want to do when you get out of school? I know it might be a little early for that, but
Maybe a medical career or something with designing and architecture. I really enjoy drawing houses and different buildings.
I'm excited. I can't quite draw straight, even with a ruler.
Thank you.
Welcome back again. And anytime you want to interject, just grab our attention or tell Penny to tell us to shut up, and we'll give the mic to you. Okay. 10:15. Yeah, we're pretty early here. Ms. Crow, Chair of Berkeley County Historical Landmarks, are you ready to give a little bit of budget presentation for us? That's it. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
We're pretty good. How about you?
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't know if you guys have ever had one of these or not.
It's been a while.
We give you something to do over the weekend. Good morning, how are you? Got it?
I got you.
Thank
you so
much.
Berkeley County maps. Do you know if CVB has any? I was asked that the other day. I'm sorry. Didn't
Yes,
know.
we do. I've worked there
Just-
full time.
Okay. Okay. Just regular Berkeley County maps with designated areas, but anyway, I was asked that
Yeah,
the other
we
day
have a
by
few at the
constituent.
CBD.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Susan Crow. I'm the landmarks chairman. I'm going to keep it brief because I pretty much covered everything in my support I sent ahead. I gave you guys a copy. It's a screenshot, actually, from the West Virginia SHPO office. And it shows all of the properties that are inventoried throughout the county that Historic Landmarks is supposed to lay eyes on and take care of and make sure it's still standing, which is quite a difficult task. I also gave you guys a list of all of the National Registry properties and districts throughout the county. So
Is that included in the book? It's about that big, that thick, statewide.
I think so.
Yeah,
This one I pulled off of the West Virginia Culture site this
Yeah.
morning. So yeah, it's
Randall.
yep, it's kind of thick and hard to keep up with sometimes.
Yeah, Berkeley County is by far the biggest contributor to National Historic Register or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of unique housing. throughout the
Berkeley and Joe.
Yeah, and then I also want to point out on here that they, just a few years ago, the SHPO office actually started including historic cemeteries, and that's the green dots that you see on that map. And Green Hill is actually one of those historic cemeteries. So, like I said, I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to highlight a few things that I sent to you guys. Historic Landmarks is actually a certified local government. We're here around for the preservation, protection, and documentation of historic resources throughout the county. We maintain 10,000 historic and archaeological files, 3,000 completed historic property inventories, 92 National Register places, 24 districts, and 1 national landmark, which we all know as Brown House. We work with a lot of different entities, including the SHPO office, Preservation Alliance, West Virginia Farmland, Protection Board, the CVB, Division of Highways, National Park Service, and National Trust. Next page, when you guys go through my support letters, just provides a list of our properties and our easements that we maintain. Then the next section comes to what we accomplished last year, thanks to this council, the IT department, Tammy Hawkins, and a few others throughout the county. We were able to get a new administrative office, which provides us an active meeting space. Through the IT department, we got a new logo, website, email, and phone number. And they so kindly do the magic of when I email them, they put the agendas and the minutes on the website. One less thing I have to worry about. We actually got, thanks to the county attorneys, we was able to obtain an MOU with the Morgan Cabin Historic Association. And we were also able to take over the Boydville Historic Preservation easement. We completed 4 Section 106 review processes, and completed 15 research requests, and we are currently working on 3 new requests, and one of them is along with the AmeriCorps Preservation Alliance, which is going to be pretty interesting if it comes through. We did letters of support for the museum and culture of the Eastern Panhandle, and a letter of historic significance for 126 West King Street. We've also completed, several of us completed trainings, which include the state auditor seminar, legislative historic webinars, and I just recently completed an appropriations webinar, which was pretty interesting on my behalf because I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Our future goals. So we continue to move forward, even with the continuous obstacles we continue to encounter daily, monthly. Some of the future goals that we want to work on is to update our historic property inventory forms. Some of them have not been completed or updated since they were originally worked on in the late 70s, early 80s. So some of the properties, we're not even sure if they still stand. Anybody that ever drives through Berkeley County knows it's a hike sometimes to get one end to the other end. We also would like to work towards getting funding to get approved archaeologists. We've got some questions going on throughout this county that we need an actual SHPO approved archaeologist to come in and take a look at the ground. Move forward with the getting social media for the landmarks. And if you've talked to me enough times, you know I'm a big fan of the Clio app, which provides you to sit at home and visit landmarks without leaving Grand City or getting lost. So this year, I've provided a budget, and we're asking for $5,106, with an estimated of that portion being $2,300 to go through to our West Virginia Corps insurance, which covers the Morgan Cabin property, Bull Spring property, and our commission officers insurance. I provided some comparisons to the other things we would need, such as a computer, a desk, basic office supplies. It's kind of hard to sit in an office with complete business when you're using your personal computer at a card table. And then other supplies that we are interested in is getting our own post office box, so we can have someplace our mail goes to, separately and independently from every other organization that it may go to now. And business cards, so if we go out, we can at least hand something to somebody saying, here we are, who we are, where we're at, and you can contact us, and this is where you can find us. And that's about all I have for my budget presentation. So if you guys have any questions.
Is this organization a county agency, or what is it? I mean, is it a separate?
It's an outside agency, just like everybody else that you fund. Susan, we have some new board members. You've mentioned that your request includes some funding for insurance for Morgan Cabin.
Yes.
But we also have Morgan Cabin coming in later today.
Yes.
To request funding.
Our insurance covers the property, which includes the cabin, the smokehouse, and the pavilion.
Could you just explain to the council the relationship between the historic landmarks in the Morgan Cabin Association?
The Morgan and Cabin Association was originally began as a subcommittee to the landmarks in the 70s, 80s, when they reconstructed the Morgan Cabin as a bicentennial project underground road. Over the years, there's been some estrangement, I guess that's the word I want to use. I've only been a chair for going on 2 years now, and so I'm still learning a lot. So they decided to go their own way, and with the MOU is that they're going to care for the property. They're going to have festivals and do fundraising. With our knowledge, they will be able to do these projects, and all we ask in our MOU is for communication about what's going on, so we're at least in the loop. And that's kind of exactly where we're at, and why we've separated is the different conflict of interest sometimes.
So who holds the deed to it?
The landmarks
The
actually.
landmarks is the actual deed.
Yes, the landmarks holds the deed to the Morgan Cabin property, and then we have the life estate deed of Cool Spring Farm.
And that's why the historic landmarks has to insure the cabin, because they have the insurable interest.
Yeah, I think Morgan, excuse me, I think Morgan Cabin will actually have insurance to cover their festivals and stuff if somebody would trip and fall or something of that nature. I think
That's from my understanding.
They-
How they've been
Special
insurance.
events coverage.
yeah, liability type stuff.
It's the West Virginia Corp offers a TULIP program that they can call them, get it set up, and it's like a rider or an umbrella that will cover any festival for minimum amount. They can do that right on.
Yeah, we've
on
used that. for
Yeah.
the stars.
Works pretty well.
Yeah.
The insurance on the property, though, are you getting it from the private sector or through the board, West Virginia Board of Risk?
Our insurance comes to West Virginia Corp.
It's
Which is
West
the-
Virginia Corp. It's the municipal. It's the risk pool for counties.
Same which we have,
Yes.
but not the Board of Risk.
No, we don't have brim anymore. Any questions?
I was in a board meeting with you guys this week, and you mentioned that you're responsible for inspections and upkeep of properties, or what was it exactly?
The easements, so we hold a couple easements throughout the county, so we actually have to physically go out and do an easement. For example, the Boydville easement, it's sort of like the farmland protection easement. We have to go out and we have a check-off list that we have to go and make sure that there's things still on the list that's there, because if not, it's a breach of contract, basically. And then if somebody would come in and want a grant, usually sometimes SHPO may ask us to go out and do some legwork for them. And it's a check-off list for historic preservation to make sure it aligns with whatever the grant may be that they're looking for.
So does anybody fall liable if these things aren't inspected or anything like that? Or?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm sure there's maybe a loophole that Anthony could look up for us. I don't think we're held accountable 100% for it. We're just an arm from the SHPO office, and doing the Section 106 reviews is a lot of what we do.
The archaeology business, do you have a lot of calls for that kind of stuff when somebody's digging on their property and they discover something?
Not recent, well, not in the past. In the past year, we've had a couple calls or flags, I'd like to call them, where people are, it's becoming questionable of where they're digging or where they're looking forward. If for some reason, if somebody finds something on a national registered property and it's not been approved by SHPO, even if it's very valuable, it won't be recognized by the state.
So where would you get this archaeologist?
We work with the SHPO office on looking for people they approve.
Any questions? Mr. Gatlin, Mr. Coconut?
I know your services is a volunteer.
Yes,
right?
yes,
There's
we're
no
all
one paid-
volunteers.
there's no one paid for this responsibility, so I think you need to be applauded for that, obviously.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. Alrighty, we're gonna take a little bit of a break here early, and then we'll come back in session.
So you get his picture.
Okay, we're back in session, and
So is he here for land, like I say?
gonna have,
Yes.
I can go home now.
Yeah, you're absolved now. You believe.
so we have Gretchen here with the public library? Okay.
Hold on to your nameplate, she's not gonna
I
walk
know,
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah, you know, that's all right. I've been on a list, I've been off the list, I've been on the floor, so it'll be all right.
Thank you.
Now I'm short one financial.
Oh, you can have this one.
All right, sorry about
You can have
that.
this one. I'll just copy for the record for later.
Okay,
I'll get it.
sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll get one of them.
Oh, no, I have that one. Sorry, financial.
How are you?
Too. Fine, how are you?
Oh, you know, living the dream.
Right?
Alan, I say that and then I wake up to a nightmare.
Thank you.
All righty. It's all yours.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Fry, and I'm the director of the Berkeley County Public Library System. And today I'm going to give you a little overview of our library system, including how the system is funded, how the funding is spent, some of the services that the library provides, and our upcoming facilities planning process. Basically, our system has 4 facilities in Berkeley County. There's the Martinsburg Library, the North Berkeley Library, Hedgesville Library, and the Mount Musselman South Berkeley Community Library, which is located in Musselman High School. Currently, we run our entire system on 14 full-time staff and 22 part-time staff. If you look on that first page of the packet I gave you with the pie chart there, this diagram represents how the library system is funded. As you can see, 47% of the funding comes from Berkeley County, 34% from the state of West Virginia, 7% from the city of Martinsburg, 6% from the Board of Education, 3% of our income is library generated, and 3% is provided by the state of West Virginia for what is known as service center activities. The library is actually a service center for both Jefferson and Morgan counties. So basically how the funding works, we are funded in a number of different ways. So for the county and city funding, currently it's provided in accordance with Chapter 83 Acts of the Legislature. And in fiscal year 2022-23, the Martinsburg Berkeley County Library received an increase of $78,000 from the county and an increase of $5,333 from the city of Martinsburg due to an increase in tax revenues. So basically, our funding from the city and the county is based on whatever the tax revenues happen to be that year. Obviously, lately, because tax revenues have been going up, the library system has been receiving increases. The state funding is funded slightly different. Basically, the state currently provides $5.26 per capita funding for libraries, public libraries in West Virginia. And this is from state lottery funds. So basically, every 10 years, when the census comes out, the state recalculates how much money the public libraries will get. They finally just did it this last year, and of course, Berkeley County had an increase in population, and we had an increase of $111,000 from the state. Now, this only happens basically once every 10 years, and it is completely dependent on the county continuing to grow if we get an increase. Currently, we also receive Board of Education funding, and the library receives $112,500 per year from the Board of Education, and we are actually part of the 5-year excess levy that the board has every 5 years. In addition, we do receive service center funding from the state, as I mentioned. It's $51,000, and basically that gives us, we're charged to provide support services to Morgan and Jefferson County libraries. That includes training, payroll services, an interlibrary loan courier service, and a shared digital audiobook and ebook collection. And that's called Libby, is the name of that particular collection. The library also generates its own income. Obviously, the core mission of the library is to provide free access to information. We don't charge people to access information. However, we do have some other services that we do charge for. Notary, which is very popular. Passports, another very popular service. We also charge for printing and copying. And the library does charge late fees and requires patrons to pay for lost or damaged items. And usually the library budgets around $60,000 a year for those in income from those services. The library does apply for special grants for special projects every year. And this grant money, if received, is variable. So we don't include it in our general budget. However, it is included in our income expenses at the bottom of our financial statement. We do include the grant money there as well. And this year we got $135,000 from the county through ARPA funds. And that money will go specifically to our repairing the roof at the Martinsburg Library. So we do appreciate that funding, that grant funding that we received from the county. We also are a pass-through, meaning basically the state does give us the money to pay the payroll for Jefferson Morgan County Libraries, and then we turn around and give that and pay the payrolls for Jefferson and Morgan County Public Libraries. So that is another thing we do. One of a significant issue that is a problem for the Martinsburg-Berkeley County Library System, as well as libraries across West Virginia, is that there is no dedicated federal, state, or local funding for new library building construction, major renovations, or repairs. And basically, our library system is currently facing all of those issues. We have our downtown library, obviously, it was built in the 60s, and we are looking at significant renovations and repairs that are needed for the downtown library. We, as you all know, our Hedgesville Library is half built. We do not have any, the second floor is not finished. Our North Berkeley Library is currently built out of portable classrooms, and we have quite a bit of land there. And that library is well used. It's located right on 81, and that's a growing area. But we do not have any funding to build new buildings in that, for that library. The Musselman Library is the least expensive of our libraries, as is maintained. It is in the school and it is maintained by the school. That being said, we are responsible for sharing in cost of replacing some of the furnitures and fixtures and carpeting. And again, the funding is not available for that. I should mention we are able to get small grants in the $100,000 to $200,000 range for small facilities projects, for example, the ARPA funds. But when it comes to these large building construction projects, the funds are just not available. The federal government used to have funding in the 60s for library buildings. They no longer have it. The state has actually established a building fund on the state level specifically for libraries, but it has been sitting empty. Part of what our goal is to actually, when we go to the legislature, is to actually try to get that fund funded, but as it currently stands, that fund is empty. On the third page of your packet, you'll see what library expenditures, what the library spends our money on. Basically, our total budget was $1.9 million. 60% of the budget is for personnel. 16% is spent on library materials, and that includes both digital materials and physical materials. 10% for library operations. 2% for library programs. In addition, 2% of our budget goes to pay off the loan for the Hedgesville building. We still have $500,000 on that loan, is that correct? And this year, we actually created a new category called Debt Services Martinsburg HVAC. Basically, because we have received these increases this last year from the state, the county, and the city, we are going to allocate that money to basically get a new HVAC system for the Martinsburg Library. We are planning to, basically it's going to cost, we're planning to allocate $200,000 a year for the next 10 years to pay for the new HVAC system. We're expecting the project to cost about $1.6 million. However, we're still waiting from Boland to get an official number on what the project is going to cost. And the reason it is such an expensive project is the entire system needs to be replaced. We need the electrical upgraded. It's quite an involved process. In terms of our library services, we had the library system, all 4 libraries, we had over 179,000 visits between July 2021 and July 2022. During that time period, the library circulated 185,000 physical items and circulated over 60,000 electronic materials. The library also provided free computer and internet access, passport and notary services, and educational programs and activities for all ages. If you look at our data, the library system is following the national trends in terms of the fact that although the majority of items that check out are still physical books and items, we are seeing a gradual decrease in the physical material checkouts and a very rapid increase in electronic materials checkouts. In addition, we're also seeing more interest and demand in library programs and other library services. I made a list of some of the library services that the library does provide, just to give you an idea of what we do. One of the things we do is we have interlibrary loan services. Basically, you can borrow a book from any book or material you want, you can pretty much get. And the reason that is true is because we have interlibrary loan system between Jefferson, Morgan, and Berkeley counties, which basically all you have to do is go onto our website, go into the library's catalog, pick which book you want from the 3 counties, put it on hold, and the library will, and tell them which library you'd like it delivered to, and the library will deliver it to that library. The courier runs 4 days a week, so that is a great system for people who want to get library books quickly. For those who have maybe more obscure or academic materials and things like that, we also have an interlibrary loan system where we can borrow materials from throughout West Virginia and other states. So all you have to do is go online, fill out your request, or you can come in person, and then we will get those materials for you. We get them from Shepherd, we get them from WVU, we get them from New York, we get them from the Library of Congress. So basically, if we do have systems in place that if you want anything, we can get it for you.
Do you know what percentage of your books is from the interlibrary loan?
It's a very small percentage. Yes, we have quite extensive collections in our library system. Compared to the surrounding counties, I mean, Berkeley County has a huge collection. So we do have, in terms of types of books, we have everything you could, we've got cookbooks, we've got books on, self-help books, we have books on religion. We have, because we are a public library, these are more general interest type books. If someone is looking for more of an academic type book, we can definitely interlibrary loan it for you from Shepherd or WVU. The other thing that the library does offer is virtual services. And basically that includes ebooks, e-audiobooks, and databases. Let me check my notes here. The library basically spends $120,000 a year on electronic resources. The main app that the library has is called Libby. And if you can download that app onto your computer, your phone, your tablet, your e-reader, and instantly check out library books or audiobooks. The Libby app also offers over 300 digital magazines for people who are interested in reading magazines. The other app that's great for children that we have is called the Tumblebook app. And this app is really great because not only can children read the books themselves, but they can also have the app read the to them. So if they're a beginning reader, they're new to this, it's a great way for them to learn. I should mention that we share both Libby and Tumble Books with the school system. So children who have school-issued devices, they can actually check out library ebooks on their school devices. The program is different, it's called Sora, but basically it's taking those books in Libby that are library books and they're sharing them with the school as well. And the same thing with Tumble Books. Tumble Books is actually a shared app, and actually we even share the cost between the school and us, and the students use that app as well. For people who are looking for academic journals and different scholarly resources, we also have, there's state databases provided by the state. If you go to the website West Virginia Info Depot, the username is West and the password is Virginia23 exclamation point. But anybody can use this resource from home. You just go right in there. This is paid for by the state, and you can look up journal articles. You can do research. They have quite a few resources in there. So that's another resource that's provided to the public. In addition, Martinsburg actually purchased additional databases just for Berkeley County patrons. So for library patrons who are interested in genealogy research, they have access to Ancestry.com and Heritage Quest through the library. And the other thing that we provide is called Universal Class. This is basically you can use your library card to log into this service, and you can take classes on how to cook, how to learn math, how to prepare for college. There's just tons of things you can go in there. And this is all what the library pays for specifically for Berkeley County patrons. Some other services we do have objects that can be borrowed. I know Mr. Barnhart had mentioned for libraries in the future, it's more than just about books. We also have things. So we do have educational resources that patrons can borrow. We have a microscope, we have outdoor activity kits, we have anatomical models, we have board games, we have chemistry kits, and we have kits that teach math concepts. These are some of the things we have to offer, but we do have a number of educational resources that anybody can check out. We have also we have a new 3D printer at the Hedgesville Library, and anyone can come in with a file and have their whatever they'd like printed on the 3D printer. They also have a Cricut as well, which does a lot of cutting out different objects and things like that, and that is also available for the public. We have printing, faxing, copying, and scanning available at all libraries, and this is actually a very popular service. We do charge for those services. The computer, of course, the libraries have public computers and free Wi-Fi, and this is essential because not everyone has internet access at home, whether because it's not in their area or they just can't afford it. And so people are constantly coming to the library to use our computers to search for information. People take classes online and they apply for jobs. And patrons also connect their laptops, their tablet, or any device to the library's free internet wireless as well. In Martinsburg specific, we have created a museum space within the last couple years. This space is available for different types of displays with our community partners. Most recently, we hosted a year-long 250th display in partnership with Berkeley County 250. That was widely successful. We had a number of folks coming in to check out the display. And our next upcoming display is actually going to be on the interwoven mills. So we're very excited about having that display in the museum space. And we're hoping to continue using that space in the future for art displays and different things as well. We also have a community meeting room in Martinsburg Library that is well used, and some of the examples of groups that use it, we have disabled American vets, we have a cancer support group, so we have multiple groups that use the meeting room in Martinsburg. I don't want to go too long, but another important thing that we have at the one of the things we do a lot at the library, of course, is help people find resources. And I compiled some questions some of the questions that librarians often get at the library. And it's things like, my third grader is struggling with reading. Can you recommend some books that would spark his interest? I have a paper due. Can you help me find some books and internet resources? How do I register to vote? And where do I vote? Do you have tax forms? And the answer is yes. And we actually have people who will do your taxes for you because we partner with both AARP and VISTA, so you can come in and actually make an appointment to get your taxes done at the library. Can you help me fill out a job application? Can you show me how to download an audiobook on my phone? So librarians really get any and all questions, and part of our mission and job is to help people find that information. The other thing, of course, is that we promote and foster children's literacy. As you know, a child's ability to read is essential to their success in school, and the library has free early literacy classes and story times that teach kids the fundamentals of language and reading before they enter school. We have a summer reading program designed to motivate students to read during the summer months by providing incentives and activities. And studies have shown that children's reading scores decline over the summer if they're not actively engaged in reading. So our library provides that service for children. Of course, educators, including teachers and homeschool families, depend on the public library to provide materials to supplement lesson plans. In addition to our traditional programs such as story times, book clubs, and we have book clubs for pretty much all ages, kids, teens, and adults. And our summer reading program. We also have some other programs as well. We have a Read Dog program where kids can actually come in and read to dogs, which they found is very encouraging to children who are new readers and sort of maybe nervous or uncomfortable to read in front of adults. They often find if they have a friendly dog with them that they can read much more easily. Lego clubs are very popular. We have quite a few show up for our Lego clubs, and Hedgesville actually has a Lego robotics club, which is basically adds another level where you're actually programming Lego robots. In terms of our teen programs, we have a weekly teen art club, we have a teen anime manga club, we have a monthly book club, and we have 3 Dungeons and Dragons clubs. And super popular with the teens. For adults, of course, we have author talks, guest speakers, meditation, yoga, and we have craft and art programs. And I should mention we also have virtual programs for people who maybe would prefer to do things from home. We have something called the Beamstack app, which you can download on your phone, and basically go in there and do a reading challenge where you have to read a certain number or type of books within a certain time period, and then you can win a prize at the end. This is popular with both adults and children, but particularly for children, it's a very cool app because if you have a child who may be a reluctant reader, you can go ahead and say, okay, it'll basically, you start reading, you set the timer, and it actually will have you read for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, and then it logs automatically into the app how much you read, which is a really cool feature of that app. So it's a very nice tool. A lot of parents like it. Okay, so those are some of our programs and activities. And the last thing I wanted to mention is the library is embarking on a facilities plan in the next 6 months. So basically, starting in February 2023, the library will be embarking on a 6-month facilities planning process, which is hopefully expected to be completed by July. And the goal is basically to map out a 10 to 20 year plan for library facilities. And it's going to be based on county demographic trends, community needs, future library services, and financial feasibility. And the library has hired a consultant, HBM, which is an architectural firm who specializes in library facilities planning to help guide us through that process. We are really looking forward to working and meeting with all of the county council members on this plan and project. We're looking for your input and your guidance as we move forward to plan our facilities into the future. And we will, of course, give you a presentation of that plan when it's completed. So I'm sorry I went on and on, but I really did want to share a lot of information with you today. So
Okay. Anybody have any questions? HD is your new
yes,
liaison.
HD is our new person.
I look forward to working with you guys. May have some questions when I come to the meeting, but.
Mr. Barnhart?
I don't know if I mentioned this before. Of course, you get the Smithsonian Magazine. Do you read it?
Yeah, are you referring to articles on public libraries?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they have interesting articles on the future of public libraries.
Yeah, very interesting article, I thought.
Yes. And one of the things they do talk about is this move away from physical objects to more things that you lend, as well as, of course, as things move more from the physical to the digital world.
Yeah, and opening up the library to groups, like musical groups and drama groups and all this kind of out there stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have a great relationship with Tony M. He comes and does children's concerts regularly with the library. We're always interested in partnering with different community groups, bringing in new groups to have interesting programs for the library.
Anyone else?
I just thank you for your presentation. I don't think you've missed one little thing that you all do, and it's obviously that
Very impressive.
you do a lot. And I appreciate for that information because I didn't know all those services were available to that extent. So you're busy. And I do have a question on your capital outlay or capital investment. You mentioned that the building was built in the 60s. When it was also built, it was not installed, or maybe perhaps wasn't required to have a sprinkler system in it for life safety and or property preservation. Today, that building would require those mechanical life safety features. So I would hope that somewhere in your plan that would include that moving forward, because I would hate to see us, number one, lose life in the building, but number two, lose that wonderful facility in the event of an emergency.
Yes, and part of this plan will look at all of those things, including building safety and things like that.
Thank you.
I have two questions, and I think you answered one, but the Hedgesville Library is near where I live, and my grandchildren there, and it's wonderful. You borrowed the money to build that, correct? Or was there
Correct.
other resources involved?
This was before my time, but I understand the majority was borrowed.
Was borrowed, and you still owe
It's about
$500,000.
half, I think.
Still owe $500,000 or
Still owe
so.
$500,000 on the loan. It's a 30-year bond loan that they did this was before my time as well too. They got to the county, the
USDA.
the USDA, but it's bond money that came, the county.
It was some of our bank qualified money.
Yes,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Then at Musselman High School, I assume the school still has a school library as well.
It is actually shared.
It's
It is a
been
shared
combined
space.
in, so the
Yes.
students do use it during the school day.
Correct. The students and the public use that space at the
Yeah.
same time.
And that seems to have worked out well in that end of the county. It seems to me that it has.
Yes, it is well. I mean, like any combination, there are some challenges, but yes,
Yeah.
in general, it is working.
Was that same consideration given to the north end instead of having a separate one?
Again, this is before my time. I don't know.
Just curious, but I appreciate what you do. Y'all do a great job.
Gretchen, I have two real quick
Yeah.
questions. The 179,569 visits, is that physical walk-ins?
Yes.
Okay, so that's people coming in, that's not the number of people that have accessed books through Libby.
No, that's a
Okay,
good
the
point.
Physical walk-ins.
Yes. There are quite a few uncounted people.
Because I
Correct.
use Libby all the time.
That's great. Good to hear.
The other, this is just a comment. If it has Berkeley County attached to it, they automatically assume it's under the control and responsibility of the council. Every once in a while, we'll get a call about the North Berkeley location. That they can't, we tell them it's on T.J. Jackson Drive, and the easiest way for us to tell them is behind the bank. We get calls that it's not very well marked.
Mark, yeah.
Just as an aside,
That's good information. Like, we'd have to look into that.
Yeah, so I mean.
It is hidden a little bit.
If you see the bank, look at the portable classrooms setting off to the right behind, and that's where it's at. So just as a point of reference. That's all I have.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay. Next on the agenda is Sherry Smith with Historic Morgan Cabin Association.
Apologize for my cup of water. I have a cold, so I'm carrying it with me.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Historic Morgan Cabin Association. Our mission is to preserve the Morgan Cabin for future generations and to teach the story of Colonel Morgan Morgan, first colonial settler in West Virginia. Since 1976, our volunteers have consistently worked to maintain the Morgan Cabin for future generations. Through countless volunteer hours, we have made many additions and improvements to the cabin and grounds. As I mentioned earlier, our volunteers have been working to preserve the cabin for over 40 years. In 2001, we received a 501c3 tax exemption status through the IRS. By doing this, we became eligible for outside grants, which we are actively pursuing for further additions to the cabin and grounds. In order to promote our tours and latest improvements to the cabin, as well as the latest announcements, we have a Facebook social media page and have over 4,000 followers, several of which are direct descendants of Morgan Morgan. It has encouraged an interest in our activities, and we get very excited when we have this many people responding. We have involved the Musselman High History Club, and last summer they assisted in painting the pavilion as a community service project. Today we are asking for financial assistance to help pay for further needed capital improvements and repairs. The current electric service to the cabin and pavilions must be replaced. This includes burying new ground cables, so it is quite expensive. The well pump needs to be replaced so water will be available for the activities. This will include a new pressure tank as well as constructing and insulating new housing to keep the tank from freezing. There are also some repairs that are needed on the split rail fence. The pavilion roof has rusted holes in it, and it must be replaced. By improving the infrastructure of the cabin electric and pavilions, replacing the well pump, constructing housing for the water pressure tank, replacing the pavilion roof, and repairing the fence, we are improving and protecting the cabin for future generations. Last year, we added a solar audio kiosk with a narrative of the cabin history. This is a wonderful addition and was obtained through a grant with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Visitors can now just push a button to hear the cabin history. We recently received a grant from the Two Rivers Giving Circle to place a private conservation trust sign on the grounds presenting further history. Along with the audio kiosk installed earlier, our history will be available for visitors at all times, even when no docent is available. We are currently doing research to create a professionally designed brochure for our guests and community. We are asking for your financial help, but we are also pursuing grants and other ways of generating funds for the cabin. We plan to have another fall festival at the cabin on September 9 to provide a community event. At the festival, there will be many special activities and cabin tours. Also planned are haunted tours at the cabin and grounds in October. Both of these events will be attended by several hundred people and are fundraisers for the maintenance of the cabin. At the Morgan Cabin, we have many school group tours planned throughout the year and share tours with groups in public schools, scouts, 4-H clubs, homeschooled, and community groups. These groups get a historical walking tour by volunteers wearing period costumes of the Morgan Cabin, as well as the neighboring Cool Spring Farm, which was also built by a Morgan family member. We also open up the cabin for any Morgan family descendants or any requests from the public that wish to have a tour of our site. We are hopeful that the community will come visit the cabin and enjoy this special historic site. We are excited about our plans for the Morgan Cabin in 2023, and we're eager to see what progress can be made with the goals that I've outlined for you today. With the exception of the major electric work that has to be done, we are asking for funds to help us purchase only materials needed to do the projects I have outlined. The labor will be done by cabin volunteers, and this saves thousands of dollars. We thank you sincerely for your past support. This has been invaluable in maintaining this important historical site. We appreciate your consideration of our request, and we thank you for your time in allowing us to present our request. Any questions?
Are you guys open on a regular basis or just special?
I'm
events?
sorry, I forgot my hearing aid. You're going to have to speak up.
Are you guys open for regular hours or just special
No,
events?
we're not.
Or-
Only through appointments.
Okay.
Mr. Barnhart?
I just had the opportunity, this summer to participate in or come and enjoy the festivities there. Excuse me, during the 250th birthday celebration. We appreciate your partnership in opening the cabin and having the grounds available for the public to come and learn. And it was really a great day. It was a lot of fun. And I know you guys have done a lot of work, and thank you for what you've done. There's still more work to be done. But you all have found a way to continue to make improvements and maintain that property for the public to enjoy. So thank you.
We appreciate that, and we enjoyed doing the celebration this past summer for the 250th. That was neat. We had a lot of people there, and it was just neat to work with the county on that.
Mr. Cadlin?
This, in today's world, it's harder and harder to get volunteers, but it
I'm
sounds
sorry.
in today's society and world, it's harder and harder to get volunteers, but it seems like you're taking that to the opposite direction, and you're using a lot of
Oh, we
volunteers.
have a good group.
And we appreciate that very much, what you're doing there. I think the preservation of our county's history is really important, and we appreciate it very much, what you're doing.
Well, we appreciate the support that you all have given us. We couldn't have done the things we've done in the last year or so without that support. And we've got more that we would like to do, and that's why we're asking for help again. But we appreciate it. We all enjoy working for the cabin. We always have, and it's just a good group of people that works together. We have fun. We eat a lot, but we have fun and enjoy taking care of the cabin. We feel that it's very important. So thank you all.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Sheriff.
coming in and.
Thanks for your support.
Okay. Next, we have Marcus Spina. Is that Spina? I'm sorry. I knew I was going to trash it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Just as
With-
a little background, particularly for the newer council people, if the council will recall, on July the 7th, upon our recommendation, you approved contracting with civil and environmental consultants to do some surveying, mapping of the Inwood Park, developing a master plan, and getting us to this point today. Over the past 6 months, we have met regularly with the professionals from CEC, and They're here to discuss how we move forward, and more importantly, what it's gonna cost. So, I'll turn it over to Marcus.
Thank you, Alan.
And just so you know, they're in budget hearings right now.
Okay.
So they're not in a real good frame of mind as far as spending money.
I'll have to convince you all as well then. No, thank you, Alan. Like you said, I was here in July. I see a couple new faces. I'm Marcus Spina with CDC. I'm project manager, and I've been coordinating with the county on this and the Route 9 extension project as well to connect that new Frog Hollow Trail and the rest of the Route 9 trail. But today, just wanted to discuss this. I'm sure you all saw it already and looked at and saw that value and wanted to know what was included in that. I wanted to provide some background on that. I'm not going to go through all the details unless you all ask me specific things, but I want to give you an overview of kind of what it includes and what you can expect out of it, and then the next steps in the whole process of getting this park built and inward. So I appreciate your all's time today, and let me come speak to you all. So like you said, we're done with the master planning portion of it. We decide on concept number 2 of the 2 that we presented in July. What that has allowed us to do is put together a scope of the project that we need for engineering services, landscape architectural services, and architecture services to design the park into more detail. So this portion of it will get us through full design on the engineering side of things and allow us to really get the ball rolling. And in there, you'll note that it has a specific task for conceptual design. So what that will do is take option 2 and put real engineering design into more detail so that we can get some preliminary cost, get some preliminary grading, design, layout, all that done up front. So then we can come back to you all in a couple months' time and say, okay, this is where we're at. This is the expected cost or estimated cost, which I'm sure you all know in construction right now, they're high as can be. So we'll be upfront with you on that, and we'll work through that with you all. And what that will allow us to do is at that 30% design phase is take it either as a full construction package or phase it out as funding and other items get considered when we go through that phase. In that phase, there's a portion for our landscape architecture team and architects to coordinate with you all, the council, and with Parks and Rec Board to figure out the minute details of each of the amenities that were called out on that concept. So the mountain bike area, the amphitheater, the splash pad, picking out the specific structures, type of structures, styles, things like that you want to see in that specific part. So that's why when we get to that 30% design phase, there will be a need for the additional fees for the landscape architecture and architectural fees so that they can do the full design of it. What this 30% allows us to do is coordinate with you all, the true design professionals that work with splash pad design, playground design, all-inclusive ADA type things that we are seeing in this concept. So once we get past that, that's when you all as a council, we sit down and decide, all right, phase it out or do the whole thing. At that point, that's where we'll either do the full final design where we get really into the details of everything on the engineering side, or we do specific areas and break it out as a cost-saving measures to you all, so that we're upfront with you. We don't want to shoot on ourselves and knock ourselves down, but we also want to make sure you all are comfortable with the pricing and the preliminary cost of it. So that the number you see here is all that to get full design of the entire park as it is with concept number 2. Aside, like I said, aside from the architect portion and the landscape architecture portion, because we didn't want to just throw a number out there and give you all a high number and expect, and then you all decide, okay, we want something a little bit less as far as design goes.
And before they reach that 30% threshold, the council would have the opportunity, or and what I would recommend is that you appoint what we would call the Inwood Park Committee, working with the committee on a regular basis, and then eventually to come to the council, give you the opportunity to kind of move pieces around.
Yep.
You know, we had a preliminary meeting with the CEC folks earlier this week, and Councilperson Catlett mentioned maybe we put pickleball courts in this park in lieu of tennis courts. Well, during the first phase of this, you would have that opportunity to you know, make those kind of changes based on the topography of the parks and the geotechnical services. You know, right now it may make sense to put, you know, something here, but because of rock, or, you know, I don't think there's any, you know, there's any floodplain or swamps down there, but you know, based on the topography, maybe it makes sense to move it around a little bit. So once you get beyond that, once you decide what you want to do with it, the end product will be very similar to what we have when we do a building project. When we put a building project out for bid, as you know, we end up with a roll of construction plans this big that has, you know, electrical, it has water and sewer, it has mechanical. They will provide you with the plans needed to put this out for bid, either as a whole or in pieces. You may want to do parking lot, bathrooms, and walking trails first. It depends on, yeah, on
Revenue.
yeah, what you think you can afford.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And thank you, Alan. That brings up my next point I was going to talk about was, you know, what else is in there, because there's a few extra line items after the design and the build work that's necessary for the next phases. And like you said, there's a construction administration, bidding administration, and like you said, if we decide to go the route of doing the full thing, that's the fee that you see in there for bidding. That will give you the full package, all the specifications, the technical jargon that contractors will need. And it will also include us coming out on the site and here for pre-bidding meetings to walk through it with the potential contractors.
Has the house been removed yet?
it is under contract. We've contracted with Pitt Snobber to do 3 different projects for us. They're actually on site down at 750 Baltimore Street right now. If you remember, you walk up that ramp, we had that the wooden tiles that had actually mastic underneath that was asbestos containing. They're cleaning up that section first. I asked them to do that first because that's where our employees are. Once they leave there, probably next week or the week thereafter, they'll be down at Winchester Avenue demolishing the house that we're going to use for the entranceway. And then once they get that project done, the Foster property down at Sportsman's, they will be, at the council's direction, they'll actually be demolishing that and taking the rubble away. So sometime, I would say early February, that house, now we did find a little bit of asbestos in it, so that includes the asbestos eradication and, you know, the whole job.
Okay.
But yeah,
And as part of this, you'll be working with the county and state highways on, you know, line of sight, making sure that, although they've given us the tentative okay for that, and making sure that everything is included in the plans and all the approvals are obtained.
yeah, like you said, I know you all have preliminarily discussed this with the DOH, and they talked with the intersection being there at Musselman, which is great because you don't have these offset intersections that tease it up real nice. That's what we're expecting to design to, and that's what we're going to hopefully still work with the DOH on that. Now, if it comes off that for some reason they don't want to do that, then that's a different discussion we'll have to have, and that will pop up in the 30% design phase. So through that, like I said, we have the bidding portion. We try to be as transparent with you all as possible because, one, you're our client. We want to work with you all and let you know what we're doing. And 2, this is public funds. We have to be realistic with that they need to know what's going on. And that's why I broke it out. Normally, you don't see the breakout for a project management type of task. But, it does take time. There'll be a lot of coordination, a lot of back and forth with you all, with other stakeholders, with other design professionals as we get through the 30% final design phases. So I went ahead and pinned numbers, true numbers to that, along with our fees that we have for different technology that we use to do the design work and other things that will pop up as office fees. So I wanted to just provide that for you all so you can be as transparent as possible. I know that's really important for this council. It's very apparent. You guys post a lot of information on Facebook and get it out there. So. Yep, that's the final number there, the $430,800. We looked at 3 different ways. We looked at based off projects that we've done in the past of similar scope and size. We've looked at where, and I have a breakdown of man hours expected per task. And then we looked at with the ASE curve, which the ASE curve, it's a function that design professionals use that when there's a expected cost of construction, there's a percentage of that number that is anticipated for design fees. So once you hit over that $1 million threshold, it goes into the 6.5% to 7% design or design fee range. And that's because as you get bigger projects, they become a lot more complex. There's a lot more things to coordinate. There's a lot more design into it, a lot more details. So with that 6.5% to 7% and our anticipated preliminary understanding and knowledge of past projects, that's actually under the 6.5% to 7% range. I'm not sure what number you all had in mind for the park, but when we were looking at it, that's kind of where we landed. So, do you all have any questions or heartache about the number?
I think you're going to be at less than 5%, to be honest with you.
And once you reach that 30% threshold, they will be in a position to provide you with the total cost of the project.
So true preliminary numbers that will give you all an understanding of what this is. Because what you guys are designing or proposing, it's a very good regional asset that plenty of people and generations have come and to love. And you guys are doing a really good idea with doing this type of park. It's not a normal pavilion and grassy field area. This is something that will definitely shine out in the county for sure.
The 430,880 is a not to exceed number. We've already clarified that. Any additional services that may come up between now and November would have to be approved by change order by this council.
And that brings up a good point about the November date that I have in here. We try to put a schedule to everything. We all know how that works out, truthfully. So, anything can happen with permitting issues or just coordination or back and forth with the council or just decide to do a design change. So, this is our roadmap for that. There's potential deviations. I won't lie to you about that. But our goal is to get this all wrapped up by the end of the year so that they're shovel ready by either the end of the year or very first of next year, where we can start seeing earthwork being moved. Because that's going to be the biggest portion of this project right off the bat.
Okay. I mean, a project of this size, realistically, I'm not sure what everybody else feels, but I almost feel as if we're going to have to phase this in as we may, in fact, look for some corporate sponsors along the way. But, to get the necessities, to get this park set up, in which you've given your life to that, so you'll have a much better perspective of this than I, but I feel as much as I'd love to see this thing done tomorrow and enjoy this weekend, I know it's going to take some time, but I just think we should.
It's going to have to be done in phases. There's no question about that. The good news is, in West Virginia, for 20 years, the Land and Water Conservation Fund for the whole state was less than $500,000 a year. And because of Senator Manchin and Capito, their help, we got a Great American Outdoors bill passed. And the state of West Virginia is now getting over $5 million a year for land and water grants, that this will be a perfect project for. and it's a dollar for dollar match. And it's not that we would have to go in the first year, say it costs 10 million and apply for all 5 million. We could do it in 5 years' time. We apply for $1 million one year, $1 million the next, and this is a perfect thing that they would want to see. But the tools that they would provide and all the work would make it easier for them to approve it. So, like I said, there's going to be help there that could pay for half of this.
Yeah, and like I said,
And the only thing that commits the county to, I want you to understand, if we use land and water monies is, you have to put a 6F3 restriction in the deed, which will lock that property in, which we want anyway, in perpetuity for public recreation. So,
Right.
and that's what you want to do, so.
and building off of that, like the more you give those type of government entities information wise, the more likely they are to work. Because like I was telling them earlier this week, you guys have true skin in the game already. Just the master planning alone is more than what other communities have done across the state for funds like that. And you can build off of different funds, ARC power grants, things like that, that you can get a bond for a project like this. It's not you get one grant and that's it. You can sit there and work through those. And our landscape architecture team is very well versed in handling that and going after those types of grants. So we would definitely be able to help blow along the way with that as well.
And if we have a set of shovel-ready plans in place, as you know from conversations that we've had with our grants administrator, it's more likely that we'll get the attention of some of these funding sources.
Without a doubt. Okay. Mr. Boyd?
I'm new to this. Where exactly is this located?
So this will be directly across from Musselman High School, the first intersection if you're going southbound on 11. There's a duplex on your right directly in line with that intersection. It will have a boulevard style entrance as of now through that existing structure. And then there's a wooded area, about 27 acres worth of wooded area behind those houses in that row along 11. And they'll be right behind there.
This would sit on about 27 acres.
Yeah, roughly.
It's just right before the Randy Smith Center on the opposite side of the river.
Yeah.
It's right behind that row of houses on 11, on the west side of 11, and then it goes over and borders the Winchester and Western tracks. So.
Railroad.
So that's kind of why, like, if you look at the concept, there's plenty of room there to fit in what you guys don't want. There's a lot of things you can do. It's a very flexible area.
And the Winchester Western, that's the one that comes into Martinsburg.
Mm-hmm.
Comes by the
all the way to Maryland through Martinsburg. Yeah.
So if we could get that rails with trails approved through the state this year,
Be
that
right
could
there
tie
beside
that all
this.
the way into the city of Martinsburg.
Yeah.
And that brings up another point. So part of the concept too was also sidewalk improvements and intersection crossing improvements into also in high school. Because in reality, this is going to be an asset for the school too, and they're right across the street. So that would be the addition of crosswalks across 11, of course, with coordinating with the DOH, flashing pedestrian signs so that we can make it as safe as possible. And I'm sure you all know as well as I do. I've seen students walking up and down, and other people walking up and down those streets anyways. So if we can coordinate some improvements for sidewalks and things like that along 11 while we're at it, improving it, and tying into the existing crosswalk at Musselman and Randy Smith Center, then we're already hoping even more outside of the department. So
Have you included the Board of Education in any of your plans?
So no, right at this moment we have not. But again, that's the other idea with the project management and the coordination on the conceptual levels, bringing other stakeholders that you all may want us to bring in. Right now, it's just been between the council and us. But like I said, Parks and Rec Board is definitely going to be part of that discussion. And the school board as well.
Anything else?
The president of the school board was at the thing last night, along with Jack, along with vice president, and they really want to come and meet with the council, their board, and have a joint meeting. And this would be a good time to present this along with other things they want to bring up. So,
Yeah, Spring Mill.
and hopefully we can get that scheduled sometime here soon. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Davis, the funding request here, do we have a source we're going to pull it from, do you think?
You've
Recommend?
already committed up to $1 million in the quality of life fund.
Okay.
The current balance as of this morning in your quality of life account is $2,352,460.97. So we've earmarked it, but we've never encumbered any monies only because we didn't have a definitive amount.
Right.
If the council so chooses to move ahead, I would recommend that we encumber the full amount of $430,880 in the account, and then we would go through the typical drawdowns as the work is being completed, and that would be a not to exceed amount.
And what,
Unless there was a change order on something
Unless
that
the
was
council approves a
recommended.
change order.
but
which
we
would
want,
bring
we
in.
want to do any additional work without presenting to you all.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, I'll make a motion that we encumber the funds of $430,880 for CEC for the South Berkeley Inwood Park.
Motion to have a second?
Could we modify that motion? I asked CEC to provide us with a draft contract, which is in your packet. They will provide us with a signed contract upon the council's approval. If you could give the council president the authority to sign the contract, that would be appreciated.
Yes, sir. And giving the council president the authority to sign the
That's a new one
contract.
for me. How about that? Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Any questions? Call for the
I
question.
have one question.
Yes, sir.
Eddie, with the park board and all this discussion that's going on there, and I assume they're in support of the project and all.
Absolutely, they're excited about it, and also I've asked Mr. Williams to provide a estimate on future costs to maintain that facility. We just can't dump a project of that size into their
Magnitude.
lap without knowing the cost moving forward to maintain it the way we would desire.
Yeah.
So he's working on that.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all
gentlemen.
very much. We appreciate it.
Did you get your business taken care of yesterday?
Before you guys leave, I'm gonna just quick question for you, but if you have a few minutes to stay around, not right now. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Davis, budget presentation.
Yes, sir. Just, just again, for the newer council members, you have a number of accounts that are under your direct control. Fortunately, these accounts are some of the larger departments that we manage, because it provides support for all departments throughout the county. So if you'll just give me a couple minutes to go through, again, just to give you a little bit of background on each department. We'll start with Department 401. That's your actually county council account. This reflects the expenses associated with your council operations as well as legal. Our intent is to eventually, particularly when we get, we're meeting with the builder tomorrow afternoon. And as you know, as part of the design of the second floor, the legal department will stay where they're at, but there will be a separate grants department which will be located over to the a smaller office to where the assessor's office is now, and our Office of Communications and Strategic Planning will be broken out. So eventually they will be their own cost center, but for now, payroll is reflective of legal, grant, strategic planning, and communications, as well as your support staff. The increase in salaries is reflective of the increase in the council's salaries, which was approved. That's about a 10% increase. That was approved at last legislative session that became effective July 1st, as well as the 15% increase that you awarded the council employees or the county employees. Printing is flat. We've spent 18% to date. You'll see that I'm proposing that you increase travel from 5,000 to 10,000. This council is much more active than some of the previous council with state issues, and you're spending more time in Charleston. So, I've increased that amount to reflect that more the more involvement in the state issues. Current budget's currently at 78.1% through 6 months, so you can see that the need for that increase is necessary. I've decreased postage to $1,000. We've only spent 11.8% to date, and that postage is just and you'll see when we get to Department 424, we maintain all the postage meters. That postage is only reflective every once in a while. Particularly, our legal department will have briefs that have to be overnighted to the Supreme Court. That's reflective of FedEx and UPS overnight services. It's not our letters that we send out.
Class A.
Advertising and legal, we did increase that from I'm proposing that we increase that from $5,000 to $8,000. That current budget is at 88.1%. Recommending that we increase training and education from $3,000 to $7,500. That current line item is at 78.1%. Recommending that we increase dues and subscriptions from $18,758 to $20,000. Again, these are small numbers, but want to make sure that the council understands why I'm recommending it. Currently at 65.4%. The biggest item in your 401 budgets outside of salaries is professional services, and that's the fees that we pay our government affairs firm to represent us in Charleston. I've left that flat at $211,177. We are in the last year of a 3-year contract. Actually, it was a 1-year contract with 2 out years. It originally was with Omega. That contract has been assigned to Access Strategies and is due to expire on November 30th, 2023. I budgeted for the full year. That will have to absolutely go out for competitive bid if the council decides you want to continue that service. Audit cost remains at $50,000. Insurance and bonds I eliminated. We only use insurance and bonds for unemployment expenses and have not used that for many years. So I recommended that we take that out. And department supplies and materials I left flat. That's at 36.9%, and I think we're okay with that. Any questions about 401? 408 is the statewide computer system. We are required by West Virginia Code to support the statewide computer system, which is used for assessment of properties throughout the state. We receive a bill every quarter from the West Virginia State Tax Department for use of the assessor's property valuation system. Unfortunately, this system, the billing for this system has been behind for almost 2 years. We are now getting caught up. There's several quarters behind. We think most of the back billing will occur this fiscal year. So I'm recommending that we keep that at $150,000. We've only expended 30% to date, but I expect in the next 4 to 5 months we'll get rid of most of that. Our assessor's office uses that system probably more than most. Kanawha County, Mon County, and Berkeley County are the highest users of the system, and our billing is based on the usage. So that 150,000 is a good number. But again, that's your department, so that any surplus that we have at the end of the year just rolls over into your unencumbered fund balance.
That's billed quarterly?
Well, it's supposed to be billed quarterly, but they've been behind. So every once in a while, we'll get 2 or 3 quarters worth of bills. They're just now getting into fiscal year 2022, so they're behind. But I've had some conversations with the tax department, and I think they're going to try to get most of it called up this year. That 150,000 is a good number for this year. Magistrate Court. West Virginia Code requires us to provide courtroom and offices to the judiciary. As you know, our judicial center is 120,328 square feet. Most of that space is occupied by state offices. We have no choice but to provide that. There is a provision in the code that says that the state will reimburse us a reasonable amount of rent for that portion of the judicial center that's occupied by family court. Family court currently occupies 8,192 square feet of the whole judicial center. Up until the current fiscal year, they've only paid us $10 a square foot for that space. When they sent us the most recent contract, it was a 5-year contract with the state's unilateral decision to extend it for 5 additional years for 10 years, so that $10 a square foot rate was locked in. The previous council decided that we weren't going to sign that, only because $10 a square foot was not a reasonable amount of rent for the premises. So Anthony and Jeff have been working with the state Supreme Court. They have agreed to increase the rent to $13 a square foot. We did an analysis of commercial space. It should be closer to $29 a square foot. We've proposed $23 a square foot and have got nothing but crickets from the state.
Sure. And we're in speed.
So long story short, we continue to work with the state to try to get at least a little bit of reimbursement from the state. We not only provide the facility, we provide custodial services, we do all the maintenance, we provide all the security, we provide all the utilities, and they don't want to give us $23 a square foot for 8,000 square feet. So, but in order for us to have that reimbursement, we have to have a line item set up for the courts. So we just maintain a flat $75,000 line item for the courts. We don't break out any portion of like the utilities or things like that for family court. So that's what this is reflective. We have to have a line item for it. The courthouse account, any questions about magistrate? The courthouse account is probably your biggest account. That provides services throughout the county. So you know, every department, every building, every elected official receives services from this account. You can see that the account currently is at, get caught up here, is currently at $3,756,000. As we go down through that, I'm proposing that telephone be kept flat at $100,000. That's what we pay for landlines. All the cell phone usage comes out of the IT department. We've only spent 28.2% to date. Utilities I've kept flat at $600,000. We've spent 47.3% to date. However, last week we received the first quarterly billing from the city of Martinsburg for stormwater utility payments to the tune of about $9,000 a quarter. So we will be paying the city of Martinsburg about $36,000 in stormwater utility bills, which would come out of this account. Buildings and grounds maintenance, I kept flat at $285,000. Most of our building and grounds maintenance is done by community service now. All of our mowing, all of our landscaping, all of our mulching around the buildings are done by community service. The only thing that we pay from buildings and grounds maintenance is snow removal. if we need snow removal, but we particularly at 122 Waverly Court, we do use snow removal there because we share that parking lot with the church. And then also all the maintenance on Pikeside Waterway, as well as Sportsman's Paradise comes out of this account. So I've left that flat at 285,000. Postage, I've actually increased from 225,000 to 250,000. We maintain the postage on all the postage machines. So everyone that mails out correspondence runs it through our machine. There's one machine in this building, and there's one machine in the Judicial Center, and there's a postage machine at the clerk's office at 100. We pay for the postage on that. I did increase that from 125,000 to 225,000 to 250,000 because effective January 22nd, postage increase rates will increase an average of 4.2%. So postage will be going up this current fiscal year, which will carry over to next fiscal year. We've currently spent about 46.9% to date. Professional services, I did increase from 125,000 to 200,000. This is what we pay, for example, architectural services for our buildings. Design work to the Crawford building, that will be reimbursed eventually from a bond. Just the design work on the Crawford building, so that we can have that big set of bid documents that we'll put out for bid. That's going to be about $1 million. So that account is currently $90,666 over budget, but we'll be reimbursing that back from ARPA funds. That's a lot of that's the design work for the Dunn building. So that design work is ARPA qualified, so we'll be reimbursing that back. But we do anticipate various special projects during the course of next year. So I thought, again, it was incumbent to increase that. Insurance and bonds I left flat. We've spent 74.7% to date, but the lion's share of our insurance and bonds is paid out during the first quarter of the fiscal year, and that's our premium that we pay to the risk pool for our property casualty insurance. We insure all the buildings. We provide our police professional liability coverage. We have, cyber security coverage. We have an excess umbrella. I know that recently conversations came up about our limit of liability. So all of that comes out of the courthouse account. As you know, for a number of years, we've been battling workers' comp premiums. 10 years ago, we had very, very favorable workers' comp. Some of our previous sheriffs and the lion's share of our workers' comp premiums actually are law enforcement related. We had 23 workers' comp claims last calendar year. We had one firefighter that twisted his ankle that had no lost time. We had 1 or 2 administrative claims, and the rest were law enforcement related. Previous sheriffs refused to allow light duty assignments for a deputy. So if a deputy couldn't be, if it was a patrol deputy and they couldn't be on the road, they wouldn't use them. Although there were things that we could do in the evidence room, in the records room, they could serve subpoenas and paperwork. They wouldn't allow deputies to do that. The current sheriff now allows that. We had one lost time claim last calendar year, and it was an animal control employee that lost 1 day. The rest, we had no lost time claims from any of our deputies. As a result, as you know, they use 3 years worth of claims experience for purposes of determining your experience modification. Last year, our experience modification was 1.41. Which meant our workers' compensation payments was 41% higher than the established rate. It was the penalty that we were paying for adverse claims experience. we've actually lost, we dropped off one of our worst years and picked up one of the newer years. Our workers' comp experience modification for next fiscal year is going from 1.41 to 0.95. So we're actually going to see a 5% reduction in the standard rate for workers' compensation. That's a decrease of about 46%, which is big.
In terms of dollars, what's it gonna be?
Well, it's going to be about
Depends on how-
about $70,000. However, we increased our payroll by 15%. Workers' compensation premiums, product of payroll and the rate modification factor. So we have been working very, very hard with the risk pool and trying to get our premiums under control. Our workers' compensation premium for next fiscal year will be in an amount not to exceed $1,093,450. We're going to look at that a little bit more. Some of our deductibles are pretty low for the size of our budget. So we're going to look at those deductibles, but we're going to be well within budget. For the first year in a very long time, we're not going to have to increase our appropriation for insurance. We also have several small accident and health policies, community service. We have a small accident and health policy for community service. Premium's $835 a year. We've never used it, but we have it in our back pocket in case one of our community service people would pick up some dust in their eye or would require some emergency room or urgent care service. We also have a small accident and health policy on our deputy reserves in the amount of $200, and the premium one, that's only $276.50. We've never needed that. So contracted services is flat at 47.2%. Fire service fees are flat at 84.8%. Bank charges, I left it at $1,000. Every once in a while, we used to receive a bank service charge for a return check or something like that. If we get anything like that, we're able to call United Bank now, and a lot of times they'll excuse the charge. We don't have many of those, but I left that in there as a catch-all. Other tax and fees, left that flat. That's currently at 8.1%. The other big unknown is insurance premium for retirees. If we have a tier 1 retiree, a tier 1 participant, and there's less and less of those, because most of the newer employees fall under tier 2 of PERS. But if we have a tier 1 employee, if they retire, they have the option to continue their insurance as a retiree under PEIA. And the amount that the employee pays and the amount that the county pays is actuarially determined based on the years of service. For example, when Mary Cackley retired and when Maria Childers retired, they both had over 4 years of service. They both were tier 1 employees and they elected PEIA. So we pay the lion's share of their PEIA retiree insurance. They pay a small amount. We only have 16 participants that are currently under the program. We've expended 36.9% 36.9% to date. However, I just read an article yesterday where the state of West Virginia, because the unfunded liability is so high, it's in excess of, it's almost $400 million, that they may, this legislative session, eliminate PEI in its entirety. I don't know what would happen to those 16 retirees, whether we would have to find supplemental coverage for them, whether they would, anybody that has PEI now, whether it would continue. I don't know.
Well, that's mandated by the legislature for all the school teachers, isn't it?
Well, it's state employees, and there's a lot of counties and municipalities that have PEI.
Yeah, the health department.
But they're actually floating the idea that they may eliminate, because they can't afford it anymore, they may eliminate PEIA this year. So I kept that flat. Supplies and materials, I increased from 125,000 to 200,000. We provide all the copy paper. We provide pens. We provide, if you walk in our supply closet, that's not the supply closet for your suite. That's the supply closet for the entire county. So if someone needs staples, if they need, Sharpies, they come in here and we provide that out of supplies and materials. The other increase, the other big number that I increased is auto supplies. We have central garage, which Gary will come in and talk to you about our central garage that provides minor maintenance to our fleet. We have 2 full-time employees that change tires and oils, and they do brake works and things like this. This auto supplies line item provides the gasoline and diesel fuel to all of our vehicles. So, all of our cars have fuel fleet cars, which are assigned to that vehicle. We're currently at 59.5% of expenditures through the first 6 months of this year. I did increase that from 350,000 to 450,000 because, again, I just read an article that we could see a substantial increase in gasoline and diesel fuel costs next year. And as we get further into, by next week, we're still awaiting 2 or 3 budgets that have not been submitted yet. Hopefully by next week at this time, I'll have all your budget requests together. As we get into the workshop, we'll revisit all this, and the council may say, you don't need an increase in fuel from 350,000 to 450,000. We're just gonna leave it at 350,000. If that's what you want to do, that will be your decision to make. But I'll make sure I document when you can't pay your gas bill next year that I recommended it. And this is money that you control. So again, I'd rather over budget a little bit and have that money roll over in your unencumbered fund balance at the end of next fiscal year than the under budget we have to tap into contingency. The next big department is Department 425. It's listed as other building, but this is your building commission expenses. This is the department that we pay our capital expenses for buildings out of for purposes of our bond payments. You can see that building and equipment rents, I increased from 3.3 million to 4.5 million. We have spent 48.7% to date. These are bond payments. Some bond payments we make quarterly, other bond payments we make semi-annually. Your 2020A, 2020B, and 2020C bonds, the payments that we are scheduled to make for next fiscal year is $3,207,899. In late December, we floated a $10 million bond, which is our 2022A bond, which is for the addition to the Day Report Center. The payment on that for next fiscal year is $730,270. And last week, the council directed me to solicit bids for another $5 million of bank qualified loans, which would be $3 million for to reimburse the general fund for the LED lighting, as well as an additional $2 million for this building. The renovations in addition to this building. So I've programmed another $400,000 in bond payments for that. That makes your total anticipated bond payments to be $4,338,169, which, according to what I'm asking for, gives you a miscellaneous borrowing buffer of about $161,831. Just to give you a snapshot of where your debt load currently is, your debt load as of 7/1/2022 was $29,465,000. We're paying slightly more than paying principal off at a rate of slightly more than $2.7 million. So we added $10 million for the 2022 A bond. Your principal reduction for next fiscal year, or for the current fiscal year, will be $2,710,000, which means that your estimated debt load as of July 1st, 2023, in the absence of the $5 million loan, which currently has not been acquired, would be $36,755,000. Most of the debt load that currently exists, about 2/3 of the debt load, will be paid off in fiscal year 2028, 2029, and that's the Judicial Center and the Kimco property. The only thing that would remain out of the current debt load would be the 2022 A bonds, as well as the 2020 A bond, which was the bond for the CBS building. I left professional services flat at $30,000. That's currently at 48.7%, and left audit fees flat at $5,000. That line item is currently at 88.0%, but we have a 2-year contract with Tetrick, so that your fiscal year 2023 audit will be $4,752. That's a good number. Any questions about 425? 708, your regional jail bill. I did leave that flat at $3,500,000. I'm currently running at 34.8% of budget. We've expended $1,256,408 through the first 6 months. If you annualize that, assuming that everything else remains constant, it's slightly more than $2.5 million. So hopefully we'll have an unencumbered fund balance of about $1 million that we can roll over as a fund balance. However, we did receive correspondence dated October 7th, 2022 from the Department of Homeland Security, which states that unless the current legislative session takes steps to continue the ceiling on your regional jail per diem, the regional jail per diem rate effective July 1st will go from $28.25 per inmate per day to $54.48 per inmate per day, which is an increase of 12.91%. So if you increase the annualized rate of 2.5 million, increase that by 12.91%, you're looking at slightly less than 2.9 million for your, assuming there's no increase in inmate population for next fiscal year. So I think that 3.5 million is a good number, but I wouldn't go too much below that. Communications Center, Department 712. Our Emergency Communications Center, I think, is the only communication center in the entire state of West Virginia that's self-supporting, using landline and cell phone fees. The total budget for next fiscal year is projected to be about $4.5 million, which we will cover through landline and cell phone fees. However, there's a small amount of the expenses which, according to the state of West Virginia, is not eligible for 911 fee expenditure reimbursement, and that's primarily our call takers. So we set aside $300,000 every year, which we identify for these expenses. We bill the 911 center $350,000 in rent every year. We have a triple net lease with them, but then we turn around and give $300,000 of it back for the call takers. So that, again, that's just a stipend, but that keeps us keeps us legal with the state of West Virginia. The last thing I have is your vehicle capital outlay. 5 years ago, the council decided that we were going to upgrade our fleet, and I'm proud to say that we've done a very, very good job of it. I kept our vehicles capital outlay at $1 million. That pays for, that's our vehicle payments and purchase of new vehicles. To date, we've purchased $3,207,870 in new vehicles over the past 5 years. The revised budget, instead of $1 million, is $1,161,907. As we should say we, as the sheriff's department totals vehicles, and as we replace vehicles and sell them at surplus, I put that money back into this capital account. We've expended 51.8% to date. We have 4 outstanding loans through United Bank. The first loan was issued and will be paid off on February of 2023. So this February, a monthly payment of $14,825.98 will go off the books. In November of 2023, we will also pay off the second loan from United Bank. Our total payments that are programmed for next fiscal year for all of our vehicles is $424,775.44, which would give, if you flat funded at $1 million, would give us a balance of $575,224.56 for replacement vehicles. We just took delivery of 5 new vehicles for the engineering department. We have 2 more that will be delivered next week. If you remember, the deputy reserve vehicles were in a bad state of disrepair. The council decided to take the small SUVs that are assigned to our engineering department. We're in the process of transferring those to deputy reserves, taking some of the old Durangos and Crown Vics off the road. The 7 vehicles that we're taking delivery of now, we're paying cash for. We're not going to United Bank and drawing down any more money of our line of credit. So we're not anticipating, as part of our vehicle inventory upgrades, we're not anticipating buying any new vehicles next fiscal year, except for those vehicles that have to be replaced due to accidents. So that's $575,000 for replacement vehicles should be a good number.
Oops.
There's your budget.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Gives us a lot to
The total
digest.
increase from last year, what was it?
It's not that much. It's you're going to end up with about a $50 million budget this year with grants. This represents about 10% of the total budget. As a percentage of increase, it's going to be less than 2%.
Back up to the 911 center. Whose decision is it to not pay for call takers if
The Public Service Commission, if you remember way back when, the council, previous commissions and council actually used some of the 911 fees to pay for some.
Erroneous.
Yeah. And the Public Service Commission actually came in and did an audit, and we had to repay some of that money back to PSC. As part of that settlement, they identified as the call takers as being not eligible for the fees that were collected through landlines and cellular phones.
okay?
Because they're not certified operators yet, they're not on the floor.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but in a smaller center, you may not need those call takers.
Right.
But here, with the volume of calls, that's what our director of communication felt as if would work best for
And it
us.
serves us well because they come right out of training. For example, we had that class of 10 that just started several months ago. We have 8 remaining. Those folks will come out of training and they'll split their time between doing OJT on the consoles and call takers. We have one employee in particular that graduated from training, not this current class, but a class to go. we've made the decision to keep that employee on as a call taker for a little bit longer because they're really not ready to be put on the floor. So it's, I mean, $300,000 is money well spent for us because it gives us an opportunity to see what employee may need a little bit more OJT before we put them on console.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Barnhart? Mr. Boyd? Nope.
I've heard all this before.
Yes, you have.
Yes, this is my 13th year.
Lucky 13.
Lucky 13, yeah, all righty. All right, that being said,
We need executive session for potential litigation.
Mr. President, I move to go into executive session for.
Potential litigation.
There you go.
there we are, and we are in executive session.
We're gonna take a short break.
And we're gonna take a short break. I want to talk to you guys real
People need a
quick.
short break.
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay, we're back in session. No action to be taken. Mr. Barnhart,
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to recess. if you don't
we
mind.
are in recess. Thank you.